Hello, Cem Tezcan here. In this video, I'm going to show you how to create this kind of displacement textures to create this kind of forms through this kind of 2D planes. So the main idea on this kind of texture creation is creating the height map to form the shape of the product or the object you want to create. So let me show you how the textures are looking like. And you will see that this is the backside outer shell of the device, and this is the inner side of the same part of this product. So you will see that when you check this backside, there is a thickness on this geometry. Let me show you better by zooming in. And you will see that there is a thickness, and also the outer shell is formed by the height map, which you can see here, and the inner side is formed by the reverse of the same shape. But we need to adjust the levels of this kind of reverse shapes to create the thickness of the backside. As you can see, the thickness is not only just in this side part, also the thickness available on this surface, vertical surface as well. And also you will see that there are other kind of additional details like screw holes or the slim fit, shrink fit areas on the shape. So the same thing also applied on the front surface. You see that the buttons have the inner thickness, and also on the outer shell, the D-pad and other kind of stuff is formed by these height maps. So as you can see, this is just a plane. Let me assign a default material to this plane. Sorry, wrong texture. And let me assign another one. To the inner side, and you see that this is the main texture. And if I add, let me show you the texture back to the outer part. I can control the displacement by this scale. The main idea is here to create the displacement through this height map, and also create the inner surface by the reverse height map of the same shape. So for showing this kind of approach in a much simpler way, I'm going to create another one with within Substance Designer and show you how it looks at the end. Actually, I'm going to show you my references on creating this, which is a water pistol. You see that it is translucent. The main reason I'm using translucent material on this kind of shell is to show the thickness better on this kind of two-sided displacements. So you can see that there is an absorption or scattering kind of translucency on this kind of plastics, and the thickness shows a nice effect on the inner content. So you see that there's a pump here and some pipes to shoot the water through it. So with these references, I'm going to create this kind of simple shape and add the same inner mechanism or the pump system by creating it also with the height maps as well. But you can see that this height map works in a directional way, and you can't add details on the side parts of this kind of shapes. For example, you can extrude or displace this shape through a plane, but adding a you can see that there is a hatch for holding the water inside, and you can put the water through this hole, but it will be hard to create this kind of vertical details on this kind of extrusion, because extrusion is created towards the viewer if you set your plane like this. So we will try to achieve this kind of details as much as we can, because the tangency will prevent us to add good detail on the top surface, but making the same shape mirrored to the other side will get us a nice 3D shape on this kind of water pistol. So let's start by creating the outline of the pistol, and then we will move on by creating the inner details with the height maps as well. For both the pump system and the outer shell, we will use two pieces of height maps. One is for outer surface of the displacement, and the other one is the inner side of the displacement. So in this pump system, there will be one set of displacement, and including the other side as well will be enough. But if we want to add this kind of pipe with a thickness on it, we need to use 4 pieces of height maps. For the front view, the outer and inner height maps, which makes 2, and the reverse side, the mirrored one, will be used as the same, so it makes 4 height maps by the terms of 2 as well, because we will use the created 2 sets of height maps on the other side, so we don't need to create a specific different version to the back side. So let's start by creating the shape of the pistol. So let's start by creating the pistol shape. Actually, I'm not good at creating weapons as a hard surface modeler, but I will try my best. So the design I'm going to use as reference would be this one actually, because the better detailed one is looking like this, because this is too complex to create the shape for in showing the technique. It's over complicated model and it will consume so much time, but this one looks better. This is also good, but I like the details on this one much better. So I'm going to save this shape, save this image and import it to Substance Designer. Let me take a minute to save this. Right. Right, let's copy it and paste it on the photo editor. Let's make it in a square canvas, because otherwise Substance Designer will squeeze it to form it as a 1:1 aspect ratio. So let's add a fill layer here. All right, let's save it. some water pistol here, and I'm going to rename it as reference. Right. And dragging and dropping it to my graph. And we can check this texture whenever we want by double clicking to it. So on the other monitor, I can check the reference and try to create the height map by looking to it, but for showing you the detail I want to create on the image will be easier if I move the reference here. So let's create the shape. Start by creating a shape, but before that I'm going to edit the material because we will be using height map to displace the planar surface. So the thing to do that is increasing the tessellation factor, because let me show you a simple shape. I'm going to scale down this square shape, and sorry, let's connect it to the height output. We can delete this, and let's view outputs in 3D view. You will be seeing no difference on this kind of approach because the height map is not displaced on the material settings. So I'm going to move here for the tessellation factor. I'm going to add 32. I'm going to add the height level to set the height level to 0, because this means if you set it to 0, the extrusion of the white level will be displaced towards the surface, and the black level will be the 0 point of the surface, which means the surface will not be displaced back to its initial position. And the scale, we can, let's use 5. And you see that there is no, since there is no normal map shading, it's hard for us to recognize the displacement. So what I'm going to do is using the same height map here as normal and connect it to the normal output as well. So this way there will be some normal map definition will be created on this extrusion. So you will see that we can slightly see the edges on this extrusion. One last approach, or one last configuration, is to use the ambient occlusion, because this makes the height differences much more recognizable. So I'm going to connect it to the ambient occlusion, and you will see that we can now clearly see the extrusion we have made on the 3D cube here. And if I add a level here, level node, and control the white level, you will see that the extrusion intensity can be adjustable by this area. Let's set our resolution to 2K, which makes it faster to adjust this kind of design checks. So after that, we can use any blur. I'm always setting the quality to 1, and you can see that we can create the smooth edges by blurring the existing shape like this. If you don't like the result after blurring it, you can use a curve node to control the transition of the blurriness on the edges. For example, if I add 2 points here and set them to both sides as flat corners, you will see that our shape will be having 2 chamfers around this transition, as you can see here. If the shape is not recognizable enough, you can increase the normal intensity to see the displacement better, and also you can adjust the height, depth, and radius of the ambient occlusion to make your displacement much more recognizable. Let's increase it to 16 samples as well. And this is how we create the forms by height maps. So let's start by creating the pistol shape. I'm adding a temporary dummy node here, which is the transformation 2D, and I'm going to delete the rest. So if I connect a height here, it will be converted to normal map and connected, which is connected to the output. And also the same height map will be converted to the ambient occlusion and connect to this ambient occlusion output. And the height directly goes to the height output as well. Now, let's check our reference once again. And let's try to create the gun shape. So I'm using a shape again. Let's slightly scale down it and change the height of it like this. As you see, the main shape is a directional rectangle like this, but we will add some additional forms around it afterwards. So this will be the guns. I don't know the correct name of this part, but it will be more like the where the bullet travels inside. So I will use this shape for the guns top part, and I will use a transformation 2D node to move it a little bit to the top. So which makes a space for adding the what can I say, the grab part of this gun. Sorry for not knowing the technical terms of this kind of shapes, kind of products actually. So my next step will be creating this aiming part here. So let's add a blend node here. I will be copy this shape here and connect it to here, and I will add set is this as max lighten as a blending option. And after that, I'm going to use a transformation 2D node to move the shape here. So I'm going to check the shape general aspect ratio of this shape, and I'm going to set the size of this shape similar to that aiming part. All right. Before doing that, I'm going to just move this around here, and I will scale down like this. Let's move it a little bit to the top. Let's see that how it goes. All right. We don't need to do the exact shape or exact proportions with this gun, but I will try my best as keeping the reference as close as I can do. So I will add another transformation 2D node to the same shape, and in this blend node I will use subtract to create this kind of leveled shape. So here you will see that this is how it looks. I will also open the reference sheet on the other monitor to check the result much better. So I'm going to add several blend nodes. Actually, I will copy these and connect like here. And this time I will move it to here. And let's paste the same one. Connect these and move the last one. Like this. You can use cursor keys to precise positioning for the transformation 2D nodes. And now our shape is placed like this. But the thing we are going to do, using a levels node to crank down the brightness of the shape. So let's connect this one to our output and see the result. And you will see that we can check the thicknesses through our 3D viewport. But you will see that the whitest part can be displaced up to this point. So half of the gun should not exceed this thickness. If we are going to use a much more thicker area, much more thickness than this one, we are going to increase the height level, height scale of the material properties. So adding an 8 here will increase this height level. So I'm going to check our reference and see and try to find the highest part of this extrusion, which looks like these areas will be the much more whiter areas. So this should be the half of the gun, and the other half will make it too thick according to this material setting. So I'm going to scale down the height scale value, which is much better like this, and I'm going to set it to 5 as a starter. Otherwise, actually setting it to 6 much better, and we can just level down this main shape. So it will make us a room for adding additional extrusions over this level of height. So setting the height level as 6, I'm going to double click an empty area and write it down to here to remember the height level of this graph. So I'm going to add a note here, height scale is 6 until I change it to another value. So this is the gun's top part, and we are going to add additional details to this shape as well. For example, there is another detail on the back side, as you see. So I'm going to add a blend node here, and I'm going to add another shape and transformation 2D node to connect here. And also I will define a max lighten for here as well. So this is the result, and let's scale down the shape, move it up here. You can see the result by double clicking to a further area on our graph and control by single clicking to a node to control the position of your shape, because it's always helpful to see the final result on adjusting your design, which makes the progress as non-destructible, because you can edit any level of creation process or design process anytime, and it will affect the rest of the result, final result. So which makes it better on this kind of directional connection and flowchart of graph style of modeling. So my next step will be adding this arc or angular area. So for that, I'm going to use another shape, and this time I will use disk. Let's scale it down, and by here I'm going to add another blend node. Sorry, I need to add it after the transformation 2D node. And I will use just subtract for the shape. To do that, I'm going to use this like this, and I will add another transformation 2D node. Maybe we can use a multiply, or yeah, let's inverse it and use it as multiply. So I will just try to create the shape first by changing the size on x-axis. I will move the shape here. All right. Maybe we can use this as subtract here, which makes it better. And we need to use this subtraction on a, actually it's not working good. Let's make it like this. And let's make this as multiply. All right, so this is the angular shape which I want to create. But before that, I'm going to define the angle much better, like this. But you see that we have lost the rest of the shape. For that, I'm going to add another shape and transformation 2D node to control this multiplication process for affecting only the left part of this shape. So by adding this position shape as opacity of this blending, so our curvature just affects this shape only on this area. So this makes the shape look like this. So next I'm going to adjust the position of this part better. All right. So what I'm going to do next is adding another shape. So let me show you what I'm going to do. You will see that there is a line here, and above this line, this is just a barrel looking shape. So I'm going to create this shape first and try to make it look like cylindrical shape at the top part. So for that, I will start adjusting this shape. Let's add a blend node, and I will use subtract here. Let's copy this 2 and connect here and adjust the position. And also by subtraction, I will decrease the opacity to get a better form here. And let's make the positioning much better. And also I'm going to add a blend and set it to max lighten. Let's copy this here. And I'm going to move it a little bit to the bottom. If you see that when you are positioning with transformation 2D node, your shapes try to do, actually the system tries to do the texture you are creating in a tileable way. You see that if I press space here, you will see that it will be tileable if you just exceed the boundary from the X or Y axis. To prevent it, I'm going to set this tiling mode as absolute and set it to no tiling. So this way, if I exceed this limitation on the right side, the shape won't be reappearing from the left side. So here let's check the shape to see how it looks. This is much better. And also let's copy these and define it as multiply. All right, I'm setting the opacity to max. So you will see that I have a mask that I have created, which the shape I made here. So you see that there is also an angular area here, which is easy to create. For that, I'm going to use a Blur HD grayscale. Let's see. And after that, I'm going to use a histogram select node and set the position and range to some level and set the contrast to a high level to create these shapes, because after blurring you see that the transition goes in a smooth way, and if I crank down all the values to white with histogram select node, I will end up by getting this hard corner in a smoothed way. So if you can see the result here, you will see that this is now angular, but on our reference this is not much of angular like that. So we will do this blurring to the bottom shape, and I will connect this here. And I have switched the order, so I have blurred just this shape and get a smooth corner on this one, and this way we have sharp corner here and smooth corner here, which is similar to this shape. Looks good. So this is the subtraction and this is the mask we have on this subtraction. So what I'm going to do, increasing the opacity back to top, and next I will add another blend node here. I will connect this mask as a blending option, setting the blending mode as max lighten, and then I'm going to just copy and paste this shape and transformation 2D node and add a directional blur. So here I'm going to set the rotation to 90 degrees to get this effect, and then I will connect this to here. So let's see how it looks. We can add the directional blur to the shape first, and we can apply the transformation 2D next. So after that, if I can adjust this position, you will see that we will be having this shape like this, but it's too much angular with the directional blur. So what I'm going to do is just create a gradient instead of blurring it. So let's try this gradient linear 2. I will add a transformation 2D node here and connect this to here. And next I will set the tiling mode to no tiling and scale down the shape vertically to get a much more rounded result. to apply to this shape. So what we have done wrong is setting this mask as blending option, because it's kind of exceeds the shape. So actually let's remove this opacity and try to position the shape manually. Alright, so here I am going to make this shape like this. Alright. So I will increase the back part, which is not bad. So the only thing we are going to do is adding a levels node here to just trim the top part, because it's fully cylindrical, like we used a gradient linear like this. If I increase it, you will see that we will have a flat surface on this values. You will see that this will be the trimmed part, clamped part of this shape. So as a final result, I will decrease the overall white level of this shape. And now you will see that we will be having much more correct result like this. But we need to adjust the back part here. Let me just see the final result here, and this looks better. Right. Also, let's adjust the level of this shape as well, like that, which is better. But the thing we have here has a shape transition, since we have clamped the top value. So let's remove this here, move this here, and let's add another blur HQ grayscale to smooth out that shape, that sharp corner here. But we need to just multiply the shape by using a levels node and squeezing down all the levels to the bottom and set this blend as multiply. Because otherwise, blurring this shape smooths out this sharp end here because of the level node we have adjusted here. But blurring helped us to smooth out this area, but also blurred the end level of this shape as well. If I don't multiply the blurred shape with the outline of this shape, let me show you the result. You will see that this kind of smoothness will be occurred on the 0 level. But after we multiplied the result, you will see that this is a sharp ending, which is much better. So what I'm going to do is also clamp the bottom shape, but actually it's not the good way, like this. Yeah. So this way we have a vertical, fully planar area here. Let me smooth it out a little bit. Yeah. So this is much more looking like a gun after adjusting this like that. So for the aiming part, let's decrease the height level And also we can set the position to top to get the shape much better. Actually our gun is becoming a shorter, but let's adjust it in a better way. So I'm going to add a transformation 2D node here and decrease the scale of this aiming part in 90%. Applying it again. Let's do it one more. Much better. So let's move the position of this part towards the tip of the gun, which is much better. So we have this shape, and next we are going to add the additional detail on these parts, which is much more flat than this part. Actually, this area is much easier. Let's do that first. What I'm going to do is just find the area that we have applied the barrel like here and add another blend node here. So here I'm going to add another shape, add another transformation 2D node. Before that I'm going to add a blur HQ grayscale once again. And here I will add a subtract as a blending option. Here I'm going to scale down this shape. I will decrease the intensity of the blurring first and move the subtraction to the desired area, which is here, but the shape is larger than it needs to be. This looks much better. I need to increase the subtraction. So you see that we have this kind of indent here, but you see that our reference has much more angular corners here. So let's do that by increasing the blur and adding an histogram select node to squeeze down all the gray levels in a high contrast to the white. And you see that if I increase the blur level, I will end up with much more rounded corners. If I decrease it, it will be much more sharper. So first I'm going to find the exact roundness level, and then I will increase the scale of the shape to get the similar result with our reference. Let's move it a little bit to the left and to bottom. Yes. So let's check it with our reference, and you will see that it's kind of a similar result. Our barrel part is looking like much more height or thickness, but it doesn't matter actually as a starter. But you will see that this product has a flat top, but our roundness is much more rounded. So to do that, we need to adjust the gradient we have here. Let's add a curve node and adjust the shape and the flat surface much more controlled way. I can decrease it like this, or you can see I can set it to the top like that, which looks much better than before. So what I'm going to do, add a blurriness to this area to make it smoother on this subtraction. So here is the subtracted area and here our shape. Let's add another blur HQ grayscale node. To smooth out this subtraction, which is better. Actually, the technique and the node creation process I'm doing here is kind of a non-proper way. You see that I'm not adjusting the resolutions of the smaller parts. I'm always using blur HQ nodes to smooth out anything. So it's not the correct way of creating a texture with Substance Designer in an optimal way of using the system sources. But since my configuration is not bad, it can be considered as above average, I'm not paying attention to the optimal using the system sources in an optimal way. So I'm using everything with blur HQ scale node with high quality checkmark is applied. So don't get this confuse you, because we are just creating the shape here. But for more complex texture creation like nature scenes or the just kind of stony fields or other kind of tileable complex surfaces, this way of node creation is not good for system sources. Anyway, after that node, we can continue creating our water pistol. So what I'm going to do is add the cylindrical parts on the tip of this gun, which is this part. So actually this is an easy part. I'm going to just add another blend node here. Use a gradient linear 2. I will add a transformation 2D node, which is the tile option tiling mode set to no tiling, and connect here as max lighten. So here I'm going to scale down the shape first and move it to the tip. Looking nice. So I'm just copy this transformation 2D node and blend it with itself to create the secondary tip. Actually, let's set it to max lighten as well by scaling it down. But before that, I'm going to add some levels node to decrease the levels of the whitest parts, and you see that the shape forms better. So what I'm going to do, add another levels node here. Actually, let's delete it and add the levels here. All right. So we have this kind of shape. It's not good enough because the curvature is not seen perfect for a circular shape. To control it better, all we need to do is add a curve node. And this way we can smooth out the transition of the gradient. And also it will make it easier to control the shape as a much more circular way. First, I'm going to find the circular look first. This is not bad, and I will adjust the levels back again by decreasing the value here. And now it will look like kind of a half sphere, but not yet, because the transformation 2D nodes are not adjusted properly. So I will decrease the height levels back. So this looks much better. All right. So this is the front part. Maybe we can just move this a little back. Yes. This one as well. Yes, and I will add another blur HQ grayscale with a tiny amount of intensity to smooth out this transition. Actually, it would be better if you do that to the overall height. Sharp heights are not a good idea, because you see that the difference makes more sense, because fully not transitioned black and white values with a high contrast ends up with this kind of triangular shapes, because the tessellated geometry can't afford this kind of detail on the way of subdividing the actual geometry. To fix that, the transition eases out this kind of extrusions, but also this means the detail loss. You can see that we have this shape here, and it is lost once I connect this blur on the overall shape. So it doesn't matter, and we can easily apply it, adjust it after we finish the overall shape, because I'm not paying attention to the smoother transitions between these areas or other stuff. First, my first intention to do is to create the rough shape of this gun. So I'm deleting this blur and continue creating the shape of this gun. So we have this area here, and let's add a blend node to subtract a rectangular shape by this surface, from this surface. I'm using a subtract as a blend, decreasing the scale, and let's make it positioned like this, which is nice. I'm going to add another blur, HQ grayscale, and add histogram select. Actually, you can use levels as well and push down all the levels to the bottom. I don't suggest it to connect to the fully deepest part. Just leave a tiny slightly position here, because otherwise you will get creased result like this. Also, setting the quality to 1 helps on this kind of getting rid of on this kind of artifacts. Let me show you. If I set it to crank down all the level, you will see that blur has some strange artifacts, but if I set the quality to 1, they will be much more smoother. And if I set this a little bit to the top, it will be much less recognizable. Let's see it with the histogram select. I think it works much better. I'm setting the position to the top, cranking down the range and increasing the contrast, but setting the contrast here as 0.99 is much better for uncreased edges. For example, if I set it to 1, you will see that much more creased roundness. Setting it to like 0.97 makes it much more transitioned, nice result. So I suggest you to histogram select instead of levels node. Alright, let's position this to the top. Nice. Also, we need to just increase it like this. Right. It's much more flexible to adjust this way. Nice. We have a good position here. I'm decreasing the subtraction intensity. Actually, let's make it fully subtracted and add another gradient linear node. Add another transformation 2D node. Set the tiling mode to no tiling and add a blend as max lighten. Also add a levels node here. Let's connect it to here. So I'm decreasing the scale of this gradient and positioning it right here. Also, I will increase it to exit the half of it to the top, which is better. On the levels node, I'm going to decrease the level of this area. Right. Also, let's blur this shape a little bit because it made two creases on this area, so which makes it better. And now I'm going to add a curve node to control the curviness here. And we can increase the levels a little bit, which is nice. So our shape is forming better and better, but we need to just increase this a little bit to the top, because this area is too thick. Let me adjust this, increase the height of this shape first. The thing I mentioned as non-destructive is like that because we can adjust the shape of this gun easily by tweaking any level of our creation process. So the proportions are looking much better this way. Checking our shape to see how it looks. Also nice. It's great. So let's move on by adding additional details. For example, we need to have, let's see the reference here. We have this flat area here. Oh, it's also flat on our design as well. But let me see how we can add some details on that, because we have forgot some details on the back, which will be easier to do. And also this trigger part on the back, we have a extension here for the thumb finger, I suppose. And the rest of it will be much more easier by just adding tileable patterns as details. So let's create this area, the stripes I mean. So the hatch here, also aiming position, extension here will be easier to do, I suppose. So let's move on. Alright, now I am just creating the aiming part on the back, which is this area. So the main idea here is the one extrusion here, and there's a little one on the back side. And also there's an angular form here. So let's adjust the shape that we have created for this area, which is this part. So I'm going to add the details to this part, so it will affect the rest of the graph. And for that, let's create the angular part first. The thing I'm going to do is making a rotation here with blend. Actually, we can move these levels back here. And I'm going to rotate this a little bit to blend with max lighten here. Move it like this way. So I'm going to check this in 4K because aligning manually may not work on higher resolution. So that seems fine. So my next step will be using this same shape again with max lighten, and also I will scale it down, and also we can decrease the opacity of the blending. Let's turn off the tiling. Right, I'm going to scale it down a little bit more. Let's check it in 4K, which looks fine. And now I'm going to adjust the opacities of the blending. And also maybe we can just decrease the vertical scale a little bit to make it more angular here. Let's check it in 4K. All right. And now we can blur it. Let's make it before the level adjustment to make a smoother transition. Like this. I'm going to make the blur adjustment differently, but actually it doesn't matter so much. Okay, it seems fine. And now the final part. Let's add another blend here. Adding it to max lighten. Decreasing the opacity. I'm copying this shape. Moving it a little bit to the top. I will scale down horizontally. Alright, so blending with less opacity doesn't work in a good way. So what I'm going to do is making it as full opacity on both blending, but I will add levels independently. So this will be much more convenient on creating this kind of shapes. So I'm going to adjust the first aiming extrusion, and next I will adjust this one, which is fine. And then the general shape looks much better by this way. Nice. Maybe we can just remove or decrease the intensity of this blur, which makes better. Right. Yes, looks fine. Let's move it to here. Alright, so next step is creating this trigger. I'm going to create a shape, decrease the scale and set it to disk. Adding a blend, copying the same shape. This time I will add a transformation 2D node and use it max lighten to blend these two shapes, but switch the first one into a rectangle. I'm moving it a little bit to the downside, and I will decrease the X size of this shape, which looks fine. And also let's do another blend, add a transformation 2D node, scale it down by setting the tiling mode to no tiling. And I will subtract with a lowered opacity. Alright. One final addition to this is another shape around the circle. So let's add another blend with max lighten. Mostly I'm using max lighten option for blending different shapes, because creating a unique shape I need to use simple shapes and use transformation 2D nodes to make placements and arrangements between them and then blend them with the max lighten. So here I will use shape mapper this time, and you will see that it will create some form with circular tile. You will see that I'm trying to do the part here, the stripes around the trigger. So let's see how we can achieve it. Nice. So I'm going to blur this a little bit. And then blend it with the rest of the shape. I'm going to move the outputs to the right because we are going to add additional blending to the height on the following progress. So let's add a transformation 2D node. I'm adding two transformation 2D nodes. One is for scaling by setting the shape in the center, and the other one is rotating and placing the object to the right area. So the first thing I'm going to do is scaling down. Let's set the tiling mode to no tiling once again. Actually, we can use one transformation 2D node. By pressing Shift and Control keys, I'm moving the trigger, scaling the trigger by centered in anchor point. Very nice. So let's add a levels node to adjust the level of this part, which looks fine by this way. So let me add a general blur to this height map with a tiny amount, which makes blending much more nicer. But we are going to add a more intense blur to this part. So let's add a blur right here. Which makes the result much better. And also I will add another blur here and use histogram select to create a rounded corner for this shape. For this area. Very nice. I'm going to try a few adjustments on the shape. To create a better resemblance with the reference. Looks nice. So we nearly done the top part. But what I'm going to do is let's adjust the levels on this area because there's no line here. Yes, which is much better. So if you can check the reference, you will see that this doesn't extend to this barrel area, so which makes it better this way. And also, no, never mind. It's fine. So let's continue adding additional details. Maybe we can adjust this shape as well. Yes, this looks much better. So I'm going to move the trigger a little bit away. Like this. So the next step is adding some stripes here, which is the easiest part. Let's add a blend, and I will use a subtraction with lowered opacity. I will add stripes, and let's rotate it. Actually, I will use the transformation 2D node. with 90 degrees, right? And with that subtracted from this shape. But first I will need to create a mask. Let's use a histogram select here and set the position to top with lowered range to isolate the highest level of this shape, and I will increase the contrast. And my next step is adding a subtraction from this mask with a shape and transformation 2D node. So I will decrease the width of this shape and rotate it like this. To set the area which will be affected by the subtraction of the stripes. Nice. So I will set this to no tiling as well. And here I will use this as mask. And now we need to decrease the opacity of this subtraction. And the other important thing is here to increase the numbers of the stripes till we have the proper angle and the density of the stripes. So which looks much better. I will increase the width, and the shift will work as the correct angle of the subtraction. Trying to count the numbers of the stripes. Let me see. Right. Also we need to copy this and subtract from the mask for the front part as well. Like this. So this looks much better, but the blurring ruins the effect. Also we had some strange result because of the mask we have, because mask doesn't exceed the area there. So the best thing to do is to increase the range of this histogram. Till we get the proper mask. Like this. And also I will decrease the opacity a little bit more to get a better result. So now the angle between this mask and the stripes doesn't match. To match them, I will adjust the shift parameter here. All right. And also I will change the position of the mask to get a better alignment with the mask I had. So by this way we have these stripes like we should have in the reference like this. And another thing here is we need to clear this area, and for that we need to subtract it from this mask. Let me add another shape and transformation 2D node. Set it to subtract. Let's decrease the height of this shape. Put it here. Just like this. So this shape will help us on creating the form of this height map as well. So I'm using the same as a subtraction here, but I will decrease the opacity. So we have this area cleared, but we need to have this shape doesn't exceed this area as well. So I'm going to use this as opacity, so this part will not be affected from this subtraction, which is nice and okay. Now we need to add the hand grip and trigger and other kind of stuff, like you see here. So we have this area. So my next step will be adding new blend option, and I will use this as max lighten as previous. So my purpose here to create the outline of this shape at first, which means this area. For that, let's start by creating a shape and rotate it, which will be the first approach. First, I will adjust the aspect ratio of the height and width of this shape, and then I will rotate it and scale it according to the result, according to the reference. So I am going to make this with lowered opacity to see the see the positioning better. So I'm rotating it, trying to position it, and I will scale down like this. All right. So let's add another blend with same shape with transformation 2D node, and let's subtract it from this one to make a flat bottom like this. Maybe we need to increase the size and decrease the width. Alright, which looks much better in this way. So let's add another blend with max lighten. So I am adding another shape. Let's add a transform. So scaling it down. And position like this. Maybe we can rotate it a little bit like this. Nice. So since you are seeing the outline like this, I'm going to move these back to the first shape that we have created right here. So once the first plane shape is formed, let me see, which is just like this, and let's add this blend here. And I am deleting this part and connect this to this area with Max Light. So we have some problematic parts, which is not a problem actually. I will just add some blend and subtraction to get rid of the unnecessary parts. Maybe I do it. Maybe it's better if I do it manually. Yes, better. So the stripes affecting this area as well, because this grip should be a little less height, should have a little less height than the other parts. So I am adding a level node and decrease it. So they will be excluded from the mask of this stripe blending that we did before, which is nice. So what I'm going to do is adding another blur HQ grayscale. You can use bevel smooth or distance nodes to smooth out the shapes as well. Let's do it that way. So I am adding a bevel smooth and connect it to the histogram select. Let's set the position to a higher level with high contrast. I'm going to have a rounded edge like this. So increasing maximum distance gives you much more rounded result. And you can smooth out like this. And the thing I need to do is add some details more. So let me just copy these two, add a blend with subtraction. I will decrease the scale. Right, maybe we should decrease the thickness of this shape handle part as well. Alright, so next I will add another blend. Let's move this over, copying this same shape and transformation nodes by using max lighten this time, and I will move this to the back side to create a slightly bumpy back part. Alright, and You see that I'm creating rough shapes, but Bevel Smooth gets rid of this problematic areas and smooths out the overall result. So I am adding some other stuff, like making a blending with this part behind the grip. For that, I'm going to copy and paste the same shape here. Let's adjust the positions a little bit more. All right. So we have some parts here. It has caused by the scale, I suppose. So let's move this a little bit down. Pretty nice. So let's make some final adjustments here and there. So this time I will use a disc. Yes, this looks much better. So let's subtract something from this shape. This is the bevel and histogram select part. This is the rough shape we have created so far. I am going to subtract another shape, and here I will use a square. Let's use another bevel smooth and histogram select, and then a transformation 2D node, and subtract it from the general shape. So let's make a smooth rounded shape. Nice. So what I'm going to do is scale down and rotate this shape to subtract it from here and set the tiling mode to no tiling. Alright. At this stage, this beveling prevents us to get a proper result. So I will move it after the beveling. So let's rotate and make the positioning again. Size is still too large. Nice. At that stage, this blurring makes the trigger hole unrecognizable. So I will move it to the end like this. So this way it will be much more recognizable. So I will add an independent blurring node for this part to control it better, like this. But you see that this area shouldn't have this kind of large thickness. What I'm going to do is change the height level on this area. So we have this part blended with that part, and I am going to add another blend with multiply, and I will add a gradient linear with 90 degrees. Actually 270 works better, and this way the thickness will go from high to low, but I want to control it with a curve node. So the dark parts and light parts should be having a nice angular form if I want to. So that way I can control the curve in a much better way. So let's make it with yes. Now I can switch this to a two-handle smoothed vertex, and that way I can control the height of the trigger area much easier, like this. Let's convert it to Let's smooth this back. It's hard to control this way, but after a point, I believe we will get a nice result. Alright, let's set the trigger area into a fixed height level first. Right. Now I will move this around. Maybe that's better. But maybe we just don't need to use this kind of bevel. Maybe it's better if we use the same shape that we have used on for the trigger hole. I will add a distance node this time and use another histogram select and then subtract it from the trigger part. So let's add some distance first. I'm creating a mask here, increasing the contrast. Instead of multiply, I will use subtract with a limited opacity. So this looks much more industrial, if you ask me. And even we can use a transformation 2D node to move this aside like that. And other option is to lower the contrast to get a smooth transition between the handle and the trigger. So this solves that actually. So I will increase the opacity to subtraction for the subtraction. Still we need a little bit more. And also I will move it here like this. Very nice. So we have this trigger part and the rest of the shape. So the gun is forming around. What I'm going to do is adding another smoothness to this shape, because we need some roundness around this grip. Let me show you on the reference. You'll see that this part and this part has some rounded edges, but our design has a much more sharper grip handle, so we need to fix it. This starts by this shape. So what I'm going to do is adding a directional blur to this shape. So it will be kind of having this shape like this, and after the smoothing and bevel we have lost this part, but maybe we can multiply it with that shape. So let's remove this directional blur and use it on the grip part. So we end up with some shape. Maybe we need to decrease the intensity. Strange that directional blur got a chamfered corner instead of a filleted corner. What I'm going to do is using a curve to get a roundness around it. Let's try to make that. It's hard to keep the form like this, but it's much better. Right, maybe level node will make it better. Strange that it's hard to get a curve. With that directional blur. So why not make a standard blur? Let's use a curve once again. Yes, getting somewhere with this shape. But the main problem here is the actual shape that we are having. So for example, this one is not looking right. I'm going to set this to disk and increase the scale. All right. for this part. Actually, this doesn't look as the nice approach. Let me work on it a little bit more. Doesn't work either. So what we are going to do, what we need to do is smoothing out this and this part, but the rest of it should be stay the same. So let's do that in a way. Maybe non-uniform blur may help. All right. So let's make a better arrangement between these parts. So this and this should be before. This part. Finally, we are getting somewhere. So I'm going to blur this. Very nice. So we can take this mask sorry, let me check the graph order once again. I'm changing the blending order because I need this mask to get a proper roundness for this shape, and as you can see, this makes much better result. And for the roundness, we got a nice blending, but this area stays sharp, which works better if you ask me. Nice. So let's make another shape for the tail behind this pistol, which is that part. So I'm going to add this to here. Let's make a max lighten again, and for that shape I'm going to use another rectangle. Right. So I'm going to check if swirl works or not. Kind of getting somewhere, but it doesn't work right. So let's try to find another way. I'm using this node for the first time, so it takes time for me to adjust this kind of shape, but kind of works since yes. Strange that we have some additional shape on the top. Maybe scaling this down will fix it. Yes. All right, let's use this to put around rest of the shapes we have made. The overall blur ruins it, but this is caused by the non-uniform blur. Actually, we should put this there, but this blur is too intense. Yeah. What I'm going to do is just put this here. Yes. Still not looking good. Let's try this shape. Actually, it lost because of the blur and other kind of processing. Maybe this works better. But what I'm going to do is adding this detail in a later stage, like checking the general height map blending, and let's add it to here with max lighten once again. I will use a levels node to create the positioning better. I will blur it to blend it better. Actually, it got worse somehow, but I will do trial and error to get the best shape for it. I need to do one last adjustment here, which is this part. Nice. One less curve to control this thumb finger stopper thing. Very nice. So let's check the results once again. So we have this hand grip or handle part right here, and we made it blend with the rest of the shape. We can decrease the height a little bit more. By doing that, we can increase this area back. Also, let's change the size of this part, not that part. Yes. And also one last adjustment for this area. All right. And we have the general gun shape like this. So let's add some stripes here and there, and we will add a diamond pattern to this area. So it will be easy actually. So let's work on it. This part looks so much rough edges, so I need to blur it a little bit more to get a nice blend. Because as you can see on the reference, this part looks like a little bit curvy than the forms we have created. So let's find the part which is here, and I am going to blur this more. So this way it looks complied with the rest of the edge roundness of the reference. After blending those together, and here we can add another blur to generate a more roundy edges. Also, we have subtracted a rectangle from the bottom side of the stripes. I'm going to smooth that out to get a better smooth transition at this bottom edge, because you see that this is very harsh, crispy looking form here. So let's find out the part. Start to see the gray levels, so I'm going to assign these individual levels of the process as a height map here to see the form much better. It doesn't help so much, so let's switch back to the result and see the check the graph better. Let me assign a normal map, a normal generator by the height map to see the edge. So I will be able to find this crispy part, and it will be easier for me to blur that out. Here it is. So I'm going to blur this node to get a better smooth result here. Alright, looks much better. But using this as a mask, I'm going to blur only this part. Actually, it didn't work well. So let's switch back to the previous stage. Alright, we can leave it that, so I will leave it this way. So let's move on with the texture pattern around the handle. For that, I won't be using height maps, because this kind of tiny details like here and here would be better if I use them on the normal map. Maybe these stripes can be used as height map because this edge will be affected by it, which will be better. But this diamond pattern should be used as normal map and also the ambient occlusion. So let's start by creating the shape of stripes here. So for that, I'm going to use a stripe node. Change the shift to 0. I'm going to use a histogram select node to try to isolate the area I'm going to use for the stripes to effect. It looks nice. So I'm going to add a transformation 2D node, setting the tiling mode as absolute and no tiling. And here I'm going to add a blend node with subtraction. Moving these stripes to the final height map and use this as a mask to affect the result. And next I am going to position the stripes for the handle. Which will be pretty much like this. Let's put one here. And copy it. And put another one. Here. And also I will use another blend with subtraction, because the stripes here are ends at this area, so I can't scale them with the transformation 2D node, because this time the stripe count will be variated between this part and the left part. So I will be using a shape and another transformation 2D node to isolate this area. Works better. So let's decrease the subtraction intensity first. Nice. So next step will be blurring the stripes and changing the stripe count. This looks similar with the reference. We can add softness here. Actually, instead of adding softness, I will be blur this out to get a better smoothness, like this. And also the angle of the left side is more like this. Nice. Also, I'm trying to move the black level, adjusting the black level of the histogram select to affect the edge of this shape. Looks nice. So let's try to set another histogram select to isolate this grip handle for using the diamond pattern. This looks not bad. So here I will do this subtraction only for the ambient occlusion and the normal, not the height map. So I am adding blend to this height map. We'll be using a subtraction and connect these to ambient occlusion and normal. And I am deleting this temporary transformation 2D node. So we have the mask, connecting it here. Also, I'm going to blend this mask with a shape and transformation 2D node to isolate the effects, to be limited with only the handle part of the gun. So I am multiplying it. And this looks better. So on the reference, you will see that we will be having two kind of subtraction here. I don't know why. Maybe this is the inside part of the gun to hold the water. I'm not sure about it, but we will be improvising our design here for creating some shape to look like a pistol, because this translucent shape can't be recognized well with only with one photo. So let's create the diamond pattern. To do that, I will use another shape. Actually, let me check the patterns to see if there's a diamond pattern here. Or a similar thing to use as so let me zoom in. Alright, we will do this manually. So the thing is making it 45 degrees. I am going to scale this and then I will use a tile generator. I'm setting the pattern as image input, but I will connect this to the pattern input connector, and this is our tile, but we need to increase the size, scale. Actually, I'm going to scale down this as input, but here I will crank up the scale like this, but I'm going to change the positioning. Let me find the position. Yes, by offsetting here. I think 0.5 will be working good. Let me scale down to see. Yes. So I'm adding a transformation 2D node here and squeeze the shape here. But I am going to change the tiling mode to no tiling here. So this way I can adjust the pattern here. Which works nice. So next step is changing the shape by adding a bevel node and connect the result to here. But for this bevel, I will define a negative scale to make it a pyramid-like shape, like this one. I'm going to check if the tiling blend has been set to max. Actually, it's set to add. I'm changing it to max. So the blending by the overlapping shapes on this tile generator will be blended as the max lighten blend option. And now we can crank up the size a little bit more to get a nice diamond pattern like this. So after that, since it's tileable, we can add another transformation 2D node to scale down the whole pattern to adjust its tile density. So let's decrease the opacity here. And the thing here is to just control the shape as a bumpiness, not the cavity. So my approach here will be using a simple blur first here to smooth out the pattern. So the tiling here looks fine, but before that, let me delete this from here and add a uniform color first. So as a grayscale, I will define it to here to control this as copy, and this way we will have an indent on the shape. And here I can adjust its opacity like that. So after this stage, I am going to take this and add another blur HQ grayscale node. I will blur it a little bit and use a histogram select once again. Put it to maximum level, lower the range and contrast, and add another blend node to ambient occlusion and normal map, and set this as max lighten. Maybe add will be an option as well. So using this new mask as a blending mask, I'm adding the pattern here to create the bumpiness like this. But before that, I am going to add a levels node to control the shape better. Nice. We can change the contrast of this histogram select and also increase the blur or decrease it to set a better tiny offset here, like this. And this will be our normal map, like this. But the cavity is too intense on this height map. So my approach here will be setting this as min darken, setting the opacity as full, but I will first get the color here. So this is the same level, and now I will decrease the gray level to get a tiny indent, and after that I will use this max lighten here. Let me see the result right here. I will adjust the gray levels. To control the intensity of this diamond pattern. Alright. So let's add another levels node to control the height level much better. But still something is off on this shape. So maybe we need to use max lighten here. Ambient occlusion node just ruins the effect. But yes, this looks much better. Let me see the result. So yes, there is a much more few transition difference between the background and the shape. So my approach here will be using lowering the contrast to get a better transition. But the main thing about this mask, I didn't like this part because I need to make it more. Actually, I need to change the outline of this part. So what I'm going to do is making it manually subtracted from the shape. So let's create another disk. And subtract the shape like this. This looks much better. So the second thing is to move this a little bit to the top, which is also fine. And now we have the normal map and the ambient occlusion. But for the ambient occlusion, we have this cavities too intense. So let me blur this a little bit more. Actually, blurring is not a good idea right now. Maybe we can just bypass this part. Copy it directly. Nice. The next step we are doing will be lowering the height depth for a better result. So this is good, and we have the general gun shape like this. This part is too crispy, so let's add a small amount of blur to this part as well. Let me find the area there. Here it is. Alright, you see that if I blur this direct extrusions, it will end up with much more smoother, because if I drop down the intensity to 0, you see that this crispy displacement, but if I add tiny amount of blur, we get much more smooth extrusion. So the gun looks okay right now. We have a normal map and a height map. Rest of the material is defined by the default colors, like the color here, like the roughness here, which doesn't matter. But we need to add one last output. I'm copy and paste the height output, and I will select it to work as opacity, copying the opacity text to paste it to identifier and the label. So it will work as the opacity channel on my shading. Now I will isolate and mask for the opacity. So I am using a histogram select with the final height map. We can use the previous stage of the height map here, because this diamond pattern is not needed. And here I'm going to crank up the range with full contrast to isolate the outline of this gun. So I am connecting it to our opacity output channel, and by clicking view outputs in 3D view, will update my shader with the opacity channel applied. You see that result is crispy on the edges, so we can change the range or the position to control the boundary outline of our height map. It will be better if you set the opacity when it touches to the 0 level, because otherwise, since we will be mirroring this shape, you will end up with having a gap between two planes. So after doing that, I will add a tiny amount of blur here, like 0.1 or 0.2, to smooth out this opacity. So this makes the half of the gun defined as an height map, an ambient occlusion, and the normal map, of course. But the thing we are going to do is to copy this height map once again and change it. I'm deleting the usage here because I don't want it to be used on our shader, but change the label as height inner. So this is the inside part of this extrusion, which gives us the thickness of the 3D geometry we are going to create with displacement. You can consider this inner part as the inverse shaped mold of this height map. So we have already our height map here. I'm going to invert it here like this. But before that, I'm going to add a levels node. And by this levels node, I am going to decrease the white level, and also I will decrease the upper level as well. So after inverting it, we will end up with having this height as inverted. You can see the difference as, let me show you. I'm going to add another invert grayscale, but this time this levels node that we have cranked down the white levels is not applied. So if I blend these together, let me see. Subtract it from the other one. You will see that this is our thickness map. Let me add auto levels to show you better. Sorry, it didn't work like this. Let me check. Alright, we need to just delete this one. Yes. After subtracting, we can end up with the thickness channel. So what I'm going to do to adjust the levels a little bit. It's hard to recognize from the shape, but to get an inner wall through this, maybe it's better to use another blur to shrink down our height levels. Now after blurring it, I will blend this with the opacity map by multiplying it, which is better. So in the levels node, I will adjust this like this. I have inverted like that. And here we have made it wrong actually. Let me delete these two. From the original height map, I'm going to subtract the new one we have. So this is the thickness map which I'm talking about. So I will decrease the HQ blur grayscale to control the edge thickness better. You see that these areas are solid and these areas are edge shaped. So you can see your inverse mold design subtracted from the actual design. So by this way we can adjust the levels node to control this much better. We need a thickness for this area as well, because otherwise there will be no thickness on the vertical areas. So these should not be 0. So what I'm going to do is to decrease the white level more until I get a nice value lighter than black. So this works pretty much, and let's connect this to inverted one to height inner. You will see that this is the height inner map of our design. Maybe blurring is too much. This looks better. And we will see the result on applying the height map on our 3D program. So let's export these textures. So I'm not selecting base color, roughness and metallic for now, because this is kind of a modeling exercise. I'm not creating any metallic and roughness variation on this shape. So all we need to have is normal height. Actually, even we don't need the ambient occlusion, so I'm disabling it. So normal height, opacity and height inner will be enough for our project. So let's add a folder as textures. I'm selecting this as well and exporting it like this. Let's make the result as 4K and re-export everything. So we have these two height maps, inner and outer, normal map, and the outline. Actually, we should have another normal map for the inner part. So let's copy this one as well, and I'm deleting the usage and the normal as inner. And this time I will connect this normal, copy this normal converter and connect it to our inner height map. And now we have this inner normal like that. Maybe intensity is too harsh, so I'm leaving it like that. Let's re-export everything. Maybe we need to check the normal inner as well. All right. So in Modo, I'm creating a plane like this. I'm going to scale it down, like setting it as, let's say, 10%, because maybe 12 works better for the size of a pistol, but our texture is at the inner part, so there's an offset from the overall UV layout. Let's make it 18. So I am going to rotate this 90 degrees like that and assign a material here, which will be the shell outer. And I will duplicate this plane, but this time I'm going to change the flip it to the back side. So this will be the height inner. I'm having these two materials. Let's rename it as shell inner. So here I'm going to assign the materials for both of them. So I'm selecting the height map, normal map and opacity map and assign it to here. And for the shell inner, I will use the same opacity map, inner height and inner normal. And next I am going to add this as transparent amount. This will, at this stage I am going to assign this texture to a octane override material, which will be looking a bit more technical to you because Modo and octane is not perfectly understands each other. So there will be some workarounds to assign the textures and materials to get them work right. So don't bother with these if you don't get it. It doesn't actually they aren't the actual subject of this tutorial, but in any case I will be recording these as well. So for the normal, I'm assigning this as surface shading and normal. Yes, doing the same for here, and also the height should be applied as the displacement. Normal. And for the transparency, I will add this transparency amount as 10% for now, and assign a octane override material. And here in the octane tab, the opacity normal and height map assigned to a glossy material, which should be a specular material. Actually, I'm going to add the specular material, which is used for transparent materials to work in octane render. And also I will be using a diffuse and a mix. Mix will be mixing these two materials, and I will assign the opacity to the mix amount. I will assign the normal to transparent, and for the height I'm going to assign this displacement to mix material. So this glossy material is not needed anymore. I'm going to delete it and connect this mix to octane override output. Next step is mixing this transparent material with the diffuse material. So assigning the transparent material as second material and setting the diffuse material as first. For this diffuse material, I'm going to set the opacity to 0 because I want this part to be the non-existing material, because this diffuse material is just a dummy that works as 0 opacity result. And let me check the preview to see how it goes. Right. So here our camera. Actually, we have rotated all wrong. Let me group these together. Rotate it like this way. Now I am going to delete. Sorry, not delete. Let me this is plane. Let me see which plane is this. Alright, this is outer. Renaming these will help us on anything. I will disable the inner part, and this is the outer part. Alright. So here let's adjust the displacement first. Here we have our displacement node. I'm setting the resolution as 4K here, mid-level set to 0, which is fine. As you can remember, in the Substance Designer, we have set the height level of our material has been set to 6. So I'm going to set this as 0.06, so which will correspond to the same amount of extrusion within the substance designer. So this is a transparent shading. What I'm going to do will be adding an HDR environment to see the result much better. You see that this is the general shape we have created so far. This is a thin layered extrusion, so it has no thickness, zero thickness, but looks already fine, but the shading will not be good on this one. And also let me create a duplication, actually not duplicate, but I'm going to create a mirror for these shapes as an instance, and it will be on the z-axis, which is fine. So let's restart the preview to see the mirrored result looks fine or not. Which is not bad. This is our 3D gun for now. But we should have thickness, as I mentioned before. For that, we are going to add the inner surface as the same as the outer shell. So let's hide the outer shell first. And for the inner part, I'm adding another octane override. Sorry. I think I have duplicated everything. Let me delete this and add another octane override. Fine. I will be doing the same as I did on the front surface. As a starter, I will add the materials, a diffuse, a mix, and a specular material. Here I will connect this mix to output, and here I will set translucent as second material and the dummy diffuse material as the first material, and set the opacity to 0. And as for the mix amount, I will use the opacity texture right here. And now I'm going to connect the displacement to the mix output, which I couldn't right now, but yes. And I'm going to connect the normal to the normal channel of the transparent material. Strange that nothing is happening right now, but let me check. Let me restart the preview. Alright. So the opacity doesn't work as it should be right now, because the power set to 1 should be set to 1. Okay. So I have set the opacity to 0. Set the specular like this. Strange that it didn't work, but I'm not sure why. Oh, it's inverted. So we need to invert the opacity map to get this result, which works fine. So here the main trick on this displacement, I'm going to set the level of the tail to 4K, set the height level to 0.06, but this time I will set the mid level to 1. So this will work as setting the white level as 1, and the cavities will be generated through the black levels of this texture. And you will see that because of the levels we have adjusted before, you will see that there is a tiny outline over this shape, which is the general thickness of our design. So let's enable the rest of the materials, and you will see that we have now the thickness. Because if I hide the inner, you will see that we have a solid glass, but this time we have a thickness water gun like this. If you let me hide the half of it, you will see the general thickness around the shape. We can even increase it on Substance Designer as well, because the amount of thickness right here is not much. So I am just stopping this preview. Let's save it and get back to Substance Designer to adjust this much better, because this thickness here is not looking perfect. What I'm going to do is to increase the thickness much more. Let me add another levels node to control it much better. First, I'm going to crop down the black areas. And also lower the white areas. Right. Maybe it will work better. So let's export the inner part once again. I will uncheck everything and only export height inner and normal inner. Switching back to Modo, reloading the changed textures, and see the result. So we have a better thickness right now, as you see on these edges. but the blurring makes the thickness less recognizable in a way. So my approach here will be adjusting the levels node a little bit more further. Like this. Let's re-export. Refresh the preview. Now we have the thickness in a much more recognizable way. As you can see from the edge. And here we have a much thicker result. To get this thickness in a better way is to add an absorption value. So let's change the translucency as, let me check our reference for the color. It's more like this. So let's make it like a blue. I'm copying the hex code of this color to apply it to outer shell material as well, because we need to do the same for the both sides of the texture, which is like this. And now the thing I'm going to do is to add an absorption for the medium. And here I'm going to connect this to medium. Maybe we can increase the color value like this. Let's apply it to the inner as well, because darker colors makes the translucency less recognizable. All right. And for the, let's see, the outer part, for the density and the absorption, I'm going to add another color with high thickness, high density. Actually, lowering it works much better. Let me do it in 50 and change the transparency in a white value to see the absorption much better. So we forgot the other part, so the thickness got crazy. So let's change the transparency to white for both sides. And decrease the density. This one. All right, so what I'm going to do is to add some more detail to the inner part, which will work nice on our subject, let me show you how it works. I'm going to add a blend node here and add some additional details to the inner side of the shape, because you can see that on the reference there are some shrink fit areas that holds the two sides together. So I'm going to add some shapes, and which are called as gussets, to increase the rigidness of the plastic. So let's start by adding the circular shapes first. I'm going to add a transparency. By the way, let me set this sampling to a lower level and pause it for now to make some adjustments here. And now I am going to add this blend node as max lighten. So here on this inner side, I'm going to add some shapes here and there to create a variation at the inner side, which works as the connection parts. So I'm adding another blend here. Actually, let's use an edge detect node. This will work better. Nice. Let's add an overall Blur HQ grayscale. Like this. Alright. So I'm going to blend these to add different circles here and there. So I'm opening this shape and make positioning to several areas. So I am going to copy these like that. Fine. So there is some shape which I see as, let me show you. Let me copy these. Move it a little bit to the left and adding a mirror grayscale. I'm going to add another shape to blend with this edge detect node. Max lighten. Looks nice. So I am going to blend these with the rest. Great. So one final shape on here. And let's add some supporting shapes. I'm checking to see where can I put this shape. So maybe this area would be nice. Like this. But what I'm going to do is I will subtract a gradient from this shape. Like this. Fine. So let's re-export the inner part. To see how it looks on our renders. So you see that these parts are connected. These additional parts looking nice. Let me increase the absorption density. Actually, let's set this to 50 and copy this to inner part. So this is our copied absorption here. Let's connect this to the medium input of the same area. which looks much better, but the color looks a little bit off. So I'm going to change it. Alright, so let's change the transparency color once again. I like this one. It's perfect. So here is our reference. Let me change the direction of the light. It's pretty much looking like similar, and you see that we have this tiny details. Actually, I need to move on. Let's copy this a little bit bottom. Let me stop the preview and move this once again. This holds, these parts holds the pump, I suppose. So I'm going to put these here, and let's re-export everything with the inner side. Reload the textures and check the preview. So these are much visible right now, and the overall look looks fine. So we have our water pistol extruded by 4 planes with thickness, of course. You see that we have the edge thickness, and the whole shading is working like a shell. So this shell translucency works as a plastic mold with thickness. So I hope you like it. As an additional section, I'm going to model the pump system inside within the Substance Designer. So this concludes the general shell design with the height maps, and the next part I'm going to create the pump and put it inside the water gun to make it complete. So see you on the next chapter. So welcome to the next chapter about creating the pump system inside this water pistol. This is the graph we have created so far to generate the overall shell design with outer part and the inner part like you see at the bottom. And now I'm going to create another graph for the pump system to model them with the same approach with the height maps. So let's save this first and add another graph. Here is the graph I'm going to create, and I will name it as pump system. And here we are with an empty graph. Here I'm going to put my reference here to show you how to generate these inside parts. And also I will drag and drop the material we have created previously because I will use the outline and the inner height map of this generated pistol to make a proper placement of this inner parts. So they will more like cylindrical shapes, as you can see. So let's start by making them quickly. So I think it won't take so much time. So I will use mostly gradient maps, which is the gradient linear here. But before that, let's make our adjustments. I will add a dummy transformation 2D node here. Connect a normal converter from height to normal map and connect it to here. Adding an ambient occlusion converter here and connecting the same node to height level, height output like this. I'm making material adjustments as we had before. Our previous height level was height scale was 6 and tessellation factor is 32, works fine. And now let's move on by adding a transformation 2D node and place this cylindrical shape inside the pistol. So I'm setting this tiling mode to no tiling, and here I'm going to add this inner shape to make a placement and connect my result here to see how it works. So the pump is more like a vertical cylinder inside the handle part. Let's place it right here. We can rotate it a little bit. Actually, it doesn't need rotating, so let me readjust. Also, the scale doesn't right. Let me scale down it a little bit more. You will see that the result is looking like this. So we need to adjust the height level manually with the levels node. So I will add a levels node here and crank down the white level like this. We can also adjust the middle slider to control the curviness, which works better, because this should be look like an half sphere, so mirroring it should cause a full cylindrical shape. Now we need to add more of the cylinders. I'm going to copy these like that, adding a blend node, changing the blending as max lighten, and here I'm going to move this here, scale it down, dropping the levels more. Let's see how it looks. Also fine. Checking my reference, we need a tiny pipe to the bottom. So let's copy the same. This time I will scale down it once again. Changing the blending as max lighten. Also, I need to check the outline of the gun. Still we have room, so I am going to move this down. Nice. Also changing the level to add a hierarchic leveling with the rest of the pump system. So let's check what we have more. We have an extension on this main cylinder to the trigger. So let's move this to the left and add another blend here. In here, I'm going to just copy this transformation 2D node and connect here and use it as max lighten. Also, I'm going to use the same levels node that I used on the previous cylindrical shape. Now let's rotate it. Put this here. Let's extend it a little bit to the top. We have something here, but possibly it's a 90-degree hose connector that has been put here. So let's check the shape. Maybe, but it doesn't matter actually. Let's move on. So the shape is more like this, and checking the result. All right, good enough. Let's copy this once again and add a blend node with max lighten. Connect it, move it here. Sorry. Nice. So let's change the levels. Fine. I'm going to check the extrusion level here. Also, we need to check it with the general height. Because the outline is looking much better on this one as well, because you see that our placement is much more understandable on working with the outer shell. So one last blend. Actually, we need two more. Let's copy this once again. I need to move this a little bit here. Right. Let's check the outline, the reference. Nice. Adding another one. Let's copy this one this time and make it like blended as max lighten once more. Sorry. Right. Let me check the reference once again. We have a shape like this. Right. So we need to make it work like chamfered shape, so it will be hard for to achieve, but let me check the trapezoid transform. Actually, it's not centered. So let's make a new transform here. Alright, we got it. So I will increase the levels. Nice. So let's center the shape. We have a quality drop on this one. Actually, the levels just ruins it, so I will reset it. Alright, we can get rid of this pixelated edges by blurring the overall shape. So blurring helps on many cases on this kind of modeling. So I will blur this independently at this stage. Strange that this pixelation is strange on this part. I don't get it actually. Oh, MIP mapping caused it. So let's get rid of this blurring. And let me readjust the levels once more. Nice. So pump works fine so far. So let's check the reference to see what we need to do more. So there's a 90-degree part here that holds the main hose to the bullet hole. So I'm going to create that part. Adding another blend with with max lighten. I'm going to add a shape here, square, add a transformation 2D node, blend it, subtract it, move it this way. Let's blur the shape. And multiply it with the unblurred version of it. With another transformation 2D node, I'm connecting it to the rest of the pump. Normally you can change the tiling mode on your graph to override every node on your graph to be not tiling anything, but this time it affects some nodes that requires tiling mode has been set to HMV tiling. Let me show you. If I if I double click to an empty area, I can override the tiling mode of the graph with no tiling. But this time, if I use, for example, stripes node, it works like this. For that case, I need to manually change the tiling of this particular shape to HMV tiling. So this is another approach if you don't want to mess with every node to make work as no tiling. But in many cases, I prefer to manually override the particular nodes to tile or not like this. Otherwise, it just sometimes it doesn't work when you move your nodes to another graph because its default options of tiling is different than the others. So I prefer to choose the settings overridden by the individual nodes, not in the graph mode. So let's add another levels here. I will decrease the overall level. Maybe we can change the we can subtract the tip of this part. Like this. Also, we can set this blur to a later stage. Alright, so let's check it on the blending of the gun. Works nice. So what I'm going to do is to add a hose until the bullet hole of this gun. So for that, I will use a spline. Actually, I'm new to these spline nodes, but possibly the polyquadratic will work well. Oh, not that. Maybe this one, sorry. Yes, it has multiple nodes and you can add additional points to define that spline, which I like. So I am adding another blend node with max lighten. And here I will add another spline render node here. Connect everything here. Don't need to add the background. So I am connecting this here. Nice. So at this stage, I'm going to move this nodes to an area where I want my pipe is connected to. So this is a starter, but let's check the overall blending to get a proper placement. Actually, with blind luck, it worked nearly well. So let's put it here. Let's put it here. I'm going to add another node. Another point to make a smoother result. Works really well. So at this spline render, I'm going to increase the thickness. Like this. I'm going to add a blur node and also a levels node to control the shape. With that blur, I'm going to blend it with the shape itself to make a strict outline. Alright. So increasing the quality. Let me decrease the levels. Works fine. I will adjust the light here to see it better. I need to make it full circle, so try my best to do like that, but maybe the blur is not working well. Oh, nice. Now we get something. Let's increase the level back. I don't like the ending curvature of this shape, so let me find a way to get rid of it. Disabling joints works well, but this time we end up with this kind of artifacts. So maybe increasing the segments may help us. Not sure. Actually, it doesn't work. So let's enable joints back. See the curvature by ourselves. And instead of the blending with the outline of this shape, because it has some crispy edges right now, I'm going to use an histogram select node to isolate the inner area of this shape. So we have a strict non-curvature result, but nearly we are adjusting it in a good way. Fine. I think it works better. Let me see. Alright. This looks nice on curviness, and the general shape as a whole works nice. We can even increase the thickness by here. Also better. But actually the thickness of the hose is too much, I suppose, but no, it's okay. Fine. So I will add another final part to this blending for the tip of the bullet hole. I will use something from here. Let's copy and paste it. Alright, it works. So at this stage we will be having a material, solid material actually, with a transparent hose, but the rest of the parts has individual colors like black, a greenish, or I think it's yellow, so it made green with blending with the blue, and a transparent part and another black part. So all we need to do is assigning the colors by generating individual masks for all of these components. So here is the main color of the shape, but let's make it black. And I'm going to add blend nodes. Let's start by 1 to see the result. And for the starter, let's define the green color for the trigger. I am going to add a uniform color. Let's pick it from the reference and connect it here, and let's generate a mask for the trigger part. You know that the trigger is blending of this one and this one. Let's make a blending between these two with max lighten and connect it to the output. Sorry, I placed it in a wrong area. All right, so also we need to subtract the part, this part from it. Better. Now I'm going to do a histogram select node to isolate the mask as a fully opaque value. So for that I need to crank up the contrast, and now all we need to do is to check the overall blending with the edges. If it's not enough, I need to adjust the range and the position. If the position goes over the 0 level, I need to adjust the range once more. And decrease the range according to the result. Also, we may use levels node to control, crank down all the values to see if it works. Actually, it has the same result because we have still this black part. But let's do another blending with the rest of the shape, because let's define this black, and here I'm going to use a white and here I'm going to add a histogram select node. Let's invert it and define it to here. Alright, it's hard to isolate this area, so we need to leave it that way, I suppose. But it is caused by the blurriness of the final stage actually. So we need to apply this blur to every mask we have. Or as another option, you may need to blend this blur with the mask. Alright, this works better. So we have the color here, but the level is not looking right now. Let's adjust it by checking the levels like this. Alright. There are some bleeding around here and there, but I think it will work fine. And also for this black part, we need to do the same blurriness to the mask we have generated, because otherwise it will be hard to isolate the colors. Yes, now we have a much more crisp result. Now for the yellow part, I am going to add another blend. Let's define a color. Like this. Assign here. So let's copy this tree, but this time I will just use the trigger part like this. Let's add another blend. Actually, we don't need it because we can just subtract the previous cylinder from this one to isolate the area. Alright, it won't be recognized by this area. So let me check the rest of the part. We have black, black, and this part is translucent. And also we have another bracelet around the holes. So let's add it to the height map as well. I'm going to add a blend here, and let's copy this and paste it. Sorry. I'm using another Max Lighten. Readjusting the level. All right. So we need to isolate the holes with white color. this blurred version. Actually, I can copy this histogram select node to here and connect it to here. Now I will crank up the contrast, adjust the level. The edges looks fine. Since the background is white, it won't be a problem. But let me change the background color to gray to see the outline much better. See that our histogram is not working right, which is now okay. And here we need to subtract this part and the front part from this mask because these parts are black. So I'm adding another subtract blend node. I will use a blend here with max lighten option selected. Taking this, taking that. Also another max blend option, max lighten option with blend. Now I'm taking this one, right, and adding another histogram. Actually, let's copy this blur to here, and then I will add a histogram select node. To subtract it from this shape. So let's generate a mask with high contrast. Already works nice. So we have white like this. So let's adjust the roughness values because we have no metallic values on this one. This should be our default roughness value, and I will use a low roughness value for the hose part using the same mask here. Also, let's adjust the white value of this one is gray, so it's a shiny result. It's strange that we are having artifacts on our hose part. It may be caused by this spline conversion, I don't know. Let's check it out. Let's check the normal map. I will add a high level normal map to see how some shapes working, but you see that there are artifacts on this one. Let me see it on the histogram select. It's also here. Let me see on the Blur HQ grayscale. The quality set to 1, but result is very bad. Oh, I see. We have this L8 color output format, so I'm going to increase it to 16 bits. Now we have the perfect smoothness, as you can see. Nice. So we have a shiny part here, and the rest of the roughness values may work as like this, but let's make them more shiny. We need to blur this part a little bit more. Let me check the trigger part. Let's blur this. To get rid of the artifacts. So I need to adjust the mask once more. Which works fine. So this is our pump system. Maybe we can change the black color to something more fancy. Let's make it work like this. We can change it anytime. So I am saving this and let's export these textures. In Modo, I'm going to duplicate the plane outer. Actually, I'm going to copy this polygon and hide it and then paste it and assign a texture for it, which will be the pump system. So it will be copied to this instance as well as a mirrored one. So in the shading, I'm going to assign these, and for one last output I'm going to need will be the translucent part for the hose. Hose mask. Alright. And this is here. Alright, so on my material I'm going to add these textures. Pump system normal, height, base color. Maybe we need occlusion at this time. So the pump system mask. So we will use this as diffuse color. Ambient occlusion should be as ambient occlusion, but all of the channels are not existing on this one. So what I'm going to do is add an octane render material with defining as much as channels as I can do. So this is the displacement. Alright, this is the base color. Ambient occlusion should be used as a base color, as a multiplication. And this is a mask. Oh, we forgot the output. Opacity. Sorry. So I need to add another output here and set it to opacity. The important part was this, because we will be using planes, but the outside boundary of these planes should be subtracted. So we can use this mask. Actually, sorry, we can invert it, which is inverted one right here. Works as opacity. So let's see how it works. Fair enough. So let's re-export everything. I will reload these textures. And now I'm going to add the opacity as well. Strange that it didn't exported the opacity. Right. And I'm going to add it to my material as well. So I'm adding this as transparent amount for Octane to read it as a mask. So sorry. So here I'm going to add the 10% transparent amount and adding an Octane override. Here, let's move this here. We have a glossy material which works fine. We have this opacity. Which should not be inverted. Let's see how it looks. Works fine already. Let me disable the outer shell and inner shell. Alright. So here, let's set the displacement first. Our extrusion distance is 0.6, mid-level is 0, which is okay. I'm going to add a mixed material and specular material for translucent hose. Maybe hose is the wrong term for this one. Excuse my English if it is. So we have the ambient occlusion set as diffuse. What I'm going to do is to add the base color and opacity to the system. So here is the opacity. Actually, it is here already. Hose mask will work. As the mix amount, I'm going to set the displacement to the mix material. Sorry. Alright, so we have the form. And for the opacity, we just need to set this to 1. But glossy is not working well. I will add one final diffuse material because opacity works much better with this one. And add another mix. You need to connect your displacement to the final material that connects to the output. So after every mix material, you need to move your displacement to that material. Right, so let's check the reverse. All right, I will add the base color. And change the connections of the ambient occlusion with this one. All right. So we have the hose mask. I'm going to add a texture grayscale image for using this as a mask. Right, so we have a translucent hose here, and the rest of the parts are much better, but we need to add the roughness as well, which is here. So let's move this to an empty area, adding it an RGB texture. Actually, I have templates for this kind of texture assignments, but for showing the application of this texture better, I didn't use my templates because it will be not worth it for you to see them, since you won't see which one is connected to where. They are very complicated material templates that I have advanced them in years. So I'm using the default materials for you to show the texture connections better. So this is the roughness connection as well. So here we have our result like this. The connection part looks a bit weird, but I think it won't be recognized inside. And also the roughness works a little bit weird. Actually, it won't be a problem, since why did I define it as RGB image? Let me delete it. Let's make it as our grayscale image. I know it's got very complicated right now, the graph I mean. Sorry. All right. So we have this part shiny, but the other part is not. Oh, I see. It's caused by the curvature around this trigger. The connection is not looking right or good, but I think we can pass this. Also, we can adjust the height level to get a proper curviness. So let's make, let's say just the displacement here and set the height to 0.05. Now it looks much better. And I'm going to enable the rest of the shapes. So we have this gun like this, and let's add some area lights to lit it better. Right, let me disable the environment to see how it looks. Okay. So this is pretty much, actually before that I need to increase the roughness of the transparent holes. Like this. And let me hide the side part. But actually the strange thing is I need to just copy, I need to remove the, sorry. I need to add this as a individual mesh. Strange that it got out of control. Strange. Let me roll back once again and copy these, delete this one, pump system. I will delete the pump system from this one, right? So I will mirror this in Z-axis, right? Let's reload the scene. Works fine. So now we can hide the back part and see the pump system inside this area, which is a nice placement so far. And also the green worked well. So let's enable everything back. And we have this gun like this. Alright, so this ends the tutorial that I created for you to show the Heightmap modeling within Substance Designer with using displacement map with tessellated geometry. And also we have created this gun in Substance Designer with a pretty much similar way with the reference. So see you on the following videos, and thanks for watching.